inglés, pero hoy empiezo en castellano para que más o menos todos nos puedan seguir, o en català. Hi ha algú que parla només castellà, faré una mica... Després passaré mal a anglès. Bienvenidos a la Fundación EPICA, gracias por estar aquí. Hoy tenemos el evento final del SIN, que es un proyecto europeo financiado por la Comisión Europea, Horizon Europe, en el que intentamos aplicar nuevas tecnologías para transformar el sector de la producción audiovisual en patrimonio cultural. Hemos preparado para vosotros unas charlas que yo creo serán muy interesantes, un poco para poner contexto y un poco debatir sobre hacia dónde vamos, dónde estamos y el potencial. Ahora hablábamos con los compañeros y es una cosa que defendemos mucho aquí en esta casa, no tanto de cómo las tecnologías van a impactar en el sector, sino cómo el sector también puede ayudar a impactar en el desarrollo tecnológico para que vayamos un poco más de la mano, ¿no? Y no sea tanto una digitalización, sino una transformación digital. Por eso partimos de digitalizar cosas, pero tenemos que intentar entender cuál es el nuevo ámbito, cuál es el nuevo sector, cuáles son las problemáticas, las oportunidades, e intentar poder centrar el foco en cómo podemos impactar y tener impacto dentro de esta nueva revolución. Hoy tenemos por aquí nuestros socios del proyecto, que han trabajado durante mucho tiempo en crear algunas herramientas. Es un proyecto de investigación, ya veréis que algunas son más experimentales, que ya están en modo MVP, pero que empiezan a funcionar, ¿no? Y es un poco de intentar detectar entre todos, de forma honesta, un debate abierto de qué cosas realmente tienen impacto y tendrán futuro, qué cosas tienen que mejorar, qué cosas se deben cambiar. Y yo creo que hemos preparado, primero vendrá Mari Carmen, que nos pondrá un poco el contexto, que es un placer, Mari Carmen, que estés por aquí, ahora os la presentaré. Y luego haremos un par de paneles con gente muy interesante. Yo, si queréis, primero os paso un pequeño vídeo del SIN. Ya sé que tenemos que hacer un poco de merchandising, pero es Marina.
Welcome to CERTH, a Horizon project that brings together European cultural heritage with generative AI technologies to simplify every step of filmmaking. Starting from pre-production, with just a quick chat, the location scouting tool helps filmmakers find the right setting for their film. From historic sites to urban areas, detailed with real photos and information, as well as high-quality, editable 3D models of European cultural heritage. The audience building tool combines the power of social media, gamification and AI to assist filmmakers organize campaigns, understand audience interests, and engage their target audience with tailored content. During production and post-production, Scene's tools simulate various lighting and sound environments using generative AI and deep learning by enabling remote scenario testing and the application of AI-driven effects. Finally, the distribution engine recommends where and how to share the film, matching it with the right audience and platforms based on real data and viewer preferences. The Scene platform integrates data lakes and ontologies to organize, interconnect and retrieve diverse data types efficiently through advanced filters and generative AI for personalized user experience. Our tools will be tested in Greece, Cyprus and Italy. For Athens, Greece Scene will make more than 100 shooting locations available for international productions. In Cyprus, light and sound simulations and post-production effects are tested in the Troodos Ophiolite site and other historical locations. In Italy, filming is enhanced with cultural heritage sites' 3D models, such as the Basilica de Santa Catarina de Alexandria in Lecce. Join the Scene community to streamline your filmmaking process using the latest technology. Scene, building a globally competitive European filmmaking industry through AI and cultural heritage.
Bueno, ya habéis visto que el proyecto es muy ambicioso, toca casi toda la cadena de valor, con lo que es a veces complejo como tal, pero sí que intentamos tener una visión de todos los procesos. El proyecto, además, va a ser una cosa como muy sencilla y muy compleja a la vez, ¿no? Es cómo potenciar el uso del patrimonio cultural sin impactar demasiado en el patrimonio cultural. Por eso toda la parte de postproducción, preproducción, incluso mirar la viabilidad de tu producción antes de tener que llegar y demás, es muy importante, ¿no? Siempre decimos el caso claro, si tienes que cerrar el Coliseum un mes para hacer una producción, pues seguramente no se puede. Pero si eres capaz de reducirlo a 2 días, pues a lo mejor tienes algunas opciones, ¿no? Entonces, la plataforma intenta integrar tanto a los gestores de patrimonio, que dejen accesible, ¿no? E incluso que permitan a location scouters encontrar pequeños tesoros, ¿no? Porque a lo mejor el Coliseum no es posible, pero hay otra cosa que se parece mucho al Coliseum, que está 100 kilómetros al norte, en Thessaloniki, que sirve para hacer, ¿no? Entonces, toda esta parte de postproducción, de cómo simular las luces que habrá cuando llegues, toda la parte de simulación de audio, de cómo sonará el espacio, incluso para la postproducción, ¿no? Cómo integrar esos sonidos sin estar in situ, pues son herramientas que pueden favorecer mucho esa transición de que sea cada vez más fácil acceder a patrimonio y cada vez más viable acceder al patrimonio, sin tener que tener una huella incluso ecológica de impacto en el patrimonio importante. Yo creo que es un poco, hablaremos sobre esto, de cómo integrar industria audiovisual, patrimonio cultural y nuevas tecnologías, y espero que os sea interesante la sesión. Después tendremos al final unas pequeñas demos de las herramientas, por si queréis jugar, testearlas y demás, pero eso al final ya cada uno con la comida y el networking. Así que yo, si os parece, doy paso a Mari Carmen, que es un placer. Yo creo que Mari Carmen ya todos la conocéis, pero es advisor de un montón de cosas. Lleva una experiencia brutal en el sector de la innovación en el sector y creo que nos puede dar una visión muy generalista. Gracias por estar en esta casa. Un placer.
Un placer. ¿El mando, Fran, de las slides?
Sí, lo tengo yo. Somos muy modernos aquí, hemos inventado un...
Okay. So I think I should follow in English. So for me, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Fran, for providing me the possibility of being here today. And for me, it's not just a real honestly pleasure to be here, but also with all my humble and modesty, I will try to contribute to your reflection. It's not, I'm not going to speak you about pure technology because you are updated completely. Probably you will have thousands of articles and publications around many tools which are emerging today in the market. It's more a reflection what the sector has to do to be well positioned in the future. And the starting point can be what we have been doing during the last 10 years and what we have been living during the last 10 years in the audiovisual sector. When I talk to audiovisual or about audiovisual, I'm talking about a convergence between filmmaking, gaming, advertising, broad concept of audiovisual. And what we have been living is a full transformation on the audiovisual sector in terms of digitalization. I would like to remark an author, which is the founder of the Singularity University, it's Peter Diamandis, and he wrote many books of digitalization 10 years ago, and the reflection is the following one. So when we digitalize, what we are doing is transforming something real into something virtual. And that means that we are dematerializing the concepts we are working. And we dematerialize, then the first thing we do is to democratize. So we can give access to new things to other publics. But the most important thing is that we also convert something which has a value in something different. And this is the concept of demonetization. So this is very important because when technologies converge and when this process of digitalization takes place, demonetization takes a presence and takes a presence there. And this is very important because the whole value chain changes. New actors appear and new things happen. The audiovisual sector started this transformation with the distribution. So I'm not going to reveal nothing new because you have been living all the process of the platforms, the streaming, the access to new concepts of distribution. And we are very used, and we were used to acquire concepts like streaming and live streaming, and concepts that were new for us 10 years ago, like the cloud, the DRMs, the securitization of the distribution. So this already happened. Next, what happened is that we also digitalized the production. So we started with the distribution and then we follow with the production. And that means that new concepts appear in terms of production. And we started to think in the production in a different way. We started to think in the production merging processes like pre-production, production, and post-production. And that was the real origin of the virtual production. So first we started with distribution, then we follow up with production, and then we started to adapt also the production to the new platforms. So we started to think on different formats, vertical formats, immersive experiences, and at the end of the day appeared a new concept, which was ESG. So during the last 5 years, we intentionally have introduced in our ecosystems the concept of sustainability. On this concept of production, optimizing the production, we have also emerged in a new concept of ESG. And last, and 3 years ago, with the appearance of Gen AI, we started to digitalize also the creation. And this has been the point of completely revolution in the sector. Because 10 years ago, everyone thought that creation was not possible to be digitalized. And suddenly, we have all the value chain fully digitalized. With the appearance of Gen AI, we are able now to restructure fully the value chain of the audiovisual. And what does it mean? It means that a lot of technology conversions have occurred. We now have new ways of distribution, new ways of production, and also new ways of creation. A lot of technology is merging, and this is the first concept I mentioned before. When all those technologies merge and the whole value chain is fully digitalized, a new value chain emerges. And this is probably what is going to happen right now. Right now, the future of the audiovisual is going to be different and very different from what we have been living in the last 10 years and in the history. Because probably we'll have new opportunities and new challenges, but many entrance barriers will down. Any one of us can now create, produce, and distribute their own content. And this is fully remarkable because it redesigned which are the actors that has relevance on the sector and what is the value of the sector, well positioned and new position. So probably the merge of all this revolution in terms of transformation and the culture and the heritage and all the, let's say, culture we have been designing during the last years will have another focus. And this is probably a new way of understanding culture and understanding the relationship between culture and audiovisual. A new scene has been redesigned and should be redesigned and recreated. And probably the most important thing is that the kind of storytelling, the way of storytelling is going fully to change. For the last 10 years, we have been, as I said before, transforming the whole value chain. And in terms of value and in terms of future, we can base the future of creation and the future of the audiovisual in these 3 pillars. First, we will have assisted creation. So we will have lots of technology, lots of tools which will assist us on the creation. Also in the production, so we'll have not just virtual production, but when we imagine the virtual production merging with the created AI and assisted AI creation processes, a new ways of imagining the storytelling will emerge. But also, the appearance of new tools of Gen AI are creating new platforms. When you create such a huge amount of content that we are going to be able to create, we will have also new platforms to be delivered and new platforms to deliver the content to the market. But more important is that all these pillars are boring and are merging. So it's not a matter of just thinking on creating. People will have to create thinking on how to produce and how to distribute. And emerge a lot of opportunities. Why? Because the scalability creative economy will be a fact. We will be thinking on democratizing creativity, but thinking on new business models. When I told before about the value creation and the value moving, is that when you democratize and when you demonetize, what's happening is the value is changing from one actor of the value chain to another one. And scalability on the new creative models will have a lot to see with the creation of new business models. For sure, the cost of production will be fully reinvented, will be fully converted. We will have a lot of scalability, and imagining the cultural thing, in the cultural scene, how we can integrate the 3D models, the digital twins, not just for actors of places, but anything. So the concept of value will change again. And last but not least, the user experience. So we have to think on the user experience in a new dimension. Why? Because we will have tools to highly personalize the experience of consuming content, but especially in terms of languages, accessibility, personalization of the experiences. So the whole value chain will change. And I'm insisting on in the whole value chain because it's the way to prioritize and monetize everything we do in the sector. And probably the sector is going to change, but we have to transform the sector looking at ahead what other sectors can be providing us a tool, as tools. Not just thinking on what we have done in the sector, what we have to do, but the learning of other sectors is available to us. So on integrating the gaming experience into the cultural, into the heritage content, into the interactivity that they have developed so hugely can be taken profit in the audiovisual. Applying the 3D models, this is a fact. All the experience of the immersive technologies that are being more related to the entertainment ecosystems can be taken profit also to integrate them in this new ecosystem. Data, very important. So we are launching as Europe the Data Act process. That means that we are going to merge all the data in the different sectors, and this can be taken into account in the design of many interactions and many experiences in terms of content. Education, the same. So the fact here is not just look at what we have to transform, but look also other sectors and learn from other sectors to integrate them into the audiovisual ecosystem. So I was reading last week a paper from Fei-Fei Li, and it was talking about a new concept of intelligence, and it's called physical AI, physical intelligence. So imagine when we merge all together the 3D models, the data of the ecosystem, but also the data of the surroundings of the element of heritage of an actor, what can be done. So a new concept of experience and content will for sure appear. Obviously, we will have to manage risks, and this is part of the project that the SIM project has been developing. So we have to manage risk because all those technologies are assuming that in a certain way, the IP rights have not been well preserved. So this is one of issue to take into account. When you digitalize the rights, because we are digitalizing rights, not just rights of physical places, but also rights of persons, you have to take into account also the change of value position. So this is very important. And we we will have to think about traceability of the things, how we ensure that an actor, IP, a place being digitalized, being integrated in a different content can be taken into account to well position that in the value chain. So I would say the sector is going to have a lot of challenges and goals for the next, I would say, 5 years, no more. And they are also about enhance the creativity, so integrating the concept of creativity. I'm sorry. But, sorry. But also to integrate technology in all the positions of the value chain. We have learned a lot. So the advantage we have here, the advantage we have as creators, as integrators of the system, is that we have a lot of experience. We have been learning technologies for the last 10 years. Now is the moment of integrating all those technologies in all the processes, in the way we think, in the way we create, in the way we produce. We have to create an ecosystem that provides sustainability, and the future and the generations that are growing up with us today are not going to excuse us if we don't have a well thinking on sustainability. So we have to create and recreate the sector in a sustainability-driven way. We have to think on synergies on other industries, and we have to think on purpose. So nobody else, more than the cultural and visual sector, has to think on purpose. And this is something to be relevant and in all the pages of decisions in all the industry. So as individuals, and I'm concluding, we have to think on the transformation of the sector as a personal transformation process. So we have to think that the industry is going to transform as far as we will self-transform as professionals. And that means that we have to encourage all our teams, all the actors in the sectors to continuously self-reskilling, to continuously keep updating, to integrate technology as a fact in our lives, not just daily life, but professionals' life. And this is very important. As individuals, reskilling. As sectors, transformation. So it's a must. We cannot think on a cultural or audiovisual system in the future which has not taken into account that the creation of value will be different, and will be different in a way that scale the process of transformation we have just lived for now. I would like to remark 2 facts, and are very related to the Nobel Prizes of this year and last year. Both of them, especially in economy and especially in the creation of value in not just in the societies, but also in many sectors, are very related with 2 concepts. One is innovation and the destructive creation process. That means that there's no way back. So technology is here for staying. Technology is here for keeping us in a continuous reskilling. Technology and innovation will help us to be sustainable, and there's no way back. So this is something that we have to take into account, and this is what the driver of creation of value in the past has been centered of. And the second factor is that, and the second concept is that here we have public and private institutions. And all this process of transformation and innovation has to be considered as a process of inclusion, as a process of avoiding that all the power, all the value are concentrated in certain segments of the value chain. So we have to create inclusive ecosystems to create real and sustainable value. So it's not just a matter of creating spaces for innovation, it's a matter of, as a society, to look for and to prospect and to ensure that all those spaces are inclusive enough to redistribute the value into a new value chain, but a fair and constructive value chain. And this is the main conclusions that I would remark as a final speaking. So I encourage all of you to keep scaling, upscaling our knowledge and our approach to the conversion of the industry, and to look for all those spaces that may be regulation, but also institutional task you have for ensure that everything is going in it's well doing in a fair way and in a new environment of positive creation. So thank you very much.
Sorry for the direct issues. I have the radio here. I was much more interested in this. So now we will pass through María, but I think that if we can, ¿cómo se dice esto? Si podemos atracarte. ¿Alguien tiene alguna pregunta para María Carmen? Porque es brutal tenerla aquí. Y entonces creo que la visión, podemos, como vamos bien de tiempo, if we will go on time, if you have some questions for María Carmen, or if you want to wait for the networking, it's perfect for me. But for me, it's really interesting to see how we just think that we are in the middle, but we are in the start. Yeah. So it's a bit amazing and frustrating at the same time, you know, because we have been working a lot of time for that, and now we discover that we are just starting, and everything will change. So, okay, so María, if you wanna say something, then now we will have María with us, and then we will have 5-minute breaks for a fast coffee, and we will start the first panel, okay? And then you have time to prepare the videos and everything. María, please.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you all very much for your participation today. And thank you, María Carmen, for the very insightful information that you gave us. So I'm here to present you the SIM project for which we have all been gathered today here. As María Carmen mentioned, the business value changes and we need to look ahead in order to be able to catch up and do great things with it. So our project, named Searchable Multidimensional Data Lakes Supporting Cognitive Film Production and Distribution for the Promotion of the European Cultural Heritage, SIN, its acronym, has already been working on for the past 36 months, and this is our last month actually. So our vision, our main goal 36 months ago was to integrate AI, combine it with cultural heritage assets, and create intelligent data-driven tools that can be used for the filmmaking production on all of its phases. Some additional information: we're 13 partners from 7 European countries, combining film and creative industries, which are our pilots and have used the tools, AI computer vision technicians, cultural heritage institutions, and distribution and audience analytic companies that help us create all the information that you're going to see today, and have the chance to use them to have a hands-on session after we finish with our panels. So the challenges that we have faced and the strategic role of SIN currently today is that we try to empower creators with sovereign European AI tools, make cultural archives searchable and generative, strengthen creative autonomy, and ensure European stories remain visible and competitive globally. The challenges that we have faced on and tried to identify is that currently there are fragmental data and limited interoperability across a lot of archives. So if everyone wants to search for information, they have to look a lot in order to find it. And more on this, takes time and resources to create, for example, a 3D model. There are vulnerabilities in decision making, often based on intuition rather than reliable and useful data that someone can use. Inefficient resource management, complexity in scouting and selection of filming locations, which take time, resource, and money on the production companies, and limited visibility of European works and of European works that are not from great filmmaking companies, but from small creators, which is really important. So our vision is to create these tools, 3D models, location scouting, audience building, media asset managers, audio simulation and lighting simulation tools, along with distribution engines and recommender systems where all the roles, location scouters, managers, even simple users from the audience, creators, visual artists, audio artists, and also producers can participate, use the tools in order to start creating a movie and then even promote it to the audience, or capture the information that they want from the audience by uploading just a simple video. So for the pre-production phase, we have these 5 tools. We have production, which I'm gonna talk to you in a little bit about the UVB tracking tool, post-production effects and quality metrics, and on the distribution, we have recommendation systems and the distribution engine. Also, we have a unified backbone combining our data lake, a great storage place where we have all this information that you are gonna see there, along with the 3D models and the information that were collected to create those 3D models. We have the media asset manager where every producer, creator, etc. can receive the assets and reuse them. And of course, we have a conversational agent that is connected to these systems and can provide easily, with a simple way, with a simple query, information to the end user. Not only on how to use the tools, but also about, for example, to create a storyboard for a certain location, give information about a certain location, or give additional data on how to create even a 3D model. So on the pre-production phase, we have the location scouting, where it facilitates filmmakers to search the most suitable locations, either through the interface that you can see there, or through the conversational agent. We have all information registered and simple information like the amenities that are close by, services that are close by and are available, and information that can be useful for a location scouter in order to search for a specific location. Like, for example, I'm a location scouter, I search for a war zone place, and the system gives me some recommendations about the locations that are available with similar descriptions, or locations that have been used in the past in similar ways in other movies in order to know it and avoid using them. Second is the sentiment analysis and trend prediction part, where somebody can upload the video and collect instant feedback about the sentiment of the audience. So we collect information when we show a promotional video in order to see if the audience finds it interesting or not, which time frame of the video is important or not, in order to be able to give feedback to our team to change it based on the sentiments. We also have audio and lighting simulation parts where producers can configure audio scenes, simulate how it sounds on a certain place without need to visit the place, upload their own audio-video file for testing, and export configuration for special audio files in order to go to the place and then test it there. While also on the simulation part, we can upload any image that we want or any image that we can retrieve for a specific 3D model and redesign the lighting, simulate the lighting conditions in order to see if it's better to shoot the scene in the morning, in the evening, etc. Or combine also visual effects. As I mentioned earlier, we have created 3D modeling tools, 3D modeling tools and also 3D models that are available not only for the location scouting tool, but are available on videos, as you're going to see in the end of the presentation. So producers can optimize production costs by cutting down location scouts while going through the 3D models that are available on our system. Last but not least on the pre-production part, we have audience building and preference prediction, where a producer can upload a specific piece of the film, like, for example, a teaser or a simple scene, a shot of a scene, and can view and collect the feedback from the audience, how they find it, if it needs something to change, or even a part of the storyboard, in order to create immediate updates before they go to production. On the production, we have the UVB tracking tool, where it allows the interaction between the actor's position and the prop without any need of additional automation. Like, for example, we want to shoot a scene with a specific actor, the actor moves across and all the lamps are turning on. On the post-production, we have post-production effects and quality metrics, which is actually a very important part, since we need, once we create and apply visual effects on a scene, to measure its quality, to measure if the visual effects were effective or not, or if we need to do any additional updates before we continue with the production. The last part is the distribution. We have created a full platform, blockchain integrated, in order to support the intellectual property rights of both the people that share their information and the people that want to buy and distribute any specific piece of movie or piece or a teaser, where producers can create and manage licenses for films, define license terms and use Ricardian contracts stored on blockchain, publish films, and also manage licensing requests. So it is a platform that can be used both from the producers, the distributors, to the rest of the participants that want to receive a movie or a piece of art that we're going to create. The backbone components includes, as I mentioned, the media asset manager, where we have media assets that were used already in the filmmaking process or are going to be used in the future and are available for the rest of the participants to use them and reuse in additional videos. Our pilot cases aimed to increase visibility in 3 countries, in Italy, Greece, and Cyprus for the beginning of the project. But we have created connection on more of them. So the first one is to increase visibility of public city locations in Greece and cultural sites in order to promote filming for international productions. The second one is to increase visibility of unique geological heritage using 3D models and light sound simulation performed in Cyprus. And the third is to promote Italian cultural sites via 3D models used to create virtual tours and short films. The expected outcomes is not only to have an enhanced data lake, an enhanced lake of information and of locations that I mentioned earlier, along with digitally cataloged places, but to create 3 movie teasers, 1 per location, and also 3,600 video of each site and short 3D animated movies. Please bear with me for a couple of minutes to see the results of the project. So, the first one is the teaser, the video produced for the second pilot for Cyprus. It concerns a movie that's gonna be...
You better start talking fast. Who are you and what do you want?
They're coming for you.
Who is coming for me? What is happening to me? What is this? It's time, love. Time for what? It's time to put an end to the past and begin your future.
Go!
Your life can never be what it once was after last night.
This video has been produced by the use of the location scouting tools in order to find the most available location, the use of the 3D models that we created through the project in order to go through, see from the producers how they need to set up their cameras, lighting, etc. Lighting simulation on Alexandra, which was the name? Kokinoya mine, in order to see if they're going to shoot it in the morning, at night, and when. And of course, the qualitative metrics assessment at the end in order to see if the production or if the effects that have been applied are okay in order to send it to production. Can we show the rest, please? Thank you. This is a video created based on the 3D models that have been created for the Italy's cultural heritage. Thank you. So, last but not least, let me mention that for all of these technologies and for the outcomes that you've seen, we've used a lot of generative AI behind each tool in order to support it. So are there any questions? Thank you very much for your time. Let's go to the coffee break.
Just in time. Sí, tranqui. Hola. Ok. Okay. So thank you for being here. It's a really pleasure to invite the speakers we will have. Let's start with Laia Boixade. Boixade? Yeah, it's Catalan, come on. It's better. Please, take a seat. She will give us the vision from the Catalan Film Commission and the European one. It's mute, so when you, okay. Then Stefania Catanzaro. It's one of our partners from CERTH. Albert Sierra from the Catalan Cultural Heritage Agency. And Nico, okay? Nico from the, yeah. Okay, so let's work again with that. Again, this is mute. This is for you guys. It's mute. To mute here. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We are gender balance. Well, not me. Well, I am strange. So let's say Chuchu and me. So I will read the introduction because it was properly done by our colleagues from White Research. And the panel is about where cultural identity meets cognitive technologies. Okay? When we talk about cognitive technologies in the SCENE project, we refer to digital tools that mimic human perception and reasoning to support creative decision making. These include artificial intelligence, computer vision, and semantic data systems that can understand and organize audiovisual content, not just process it. In filmmaking, this means tools can interpret the visual, spatial, and emotional qualities of a scene, suggest suitable filming locations, simulate lightings and acoustics, or help connect stories with cultural heritage in meaningful ways. In short, cognitive technologies don't replace creativity, they expand it, allowing filmmakers to work more intuitively with complex data and to bring Europe's cultural identity to the screen in new immersive forms. I think this is quite aligned with Mari Carmen's vision at the beginning, so that's interesting and really inspiring, I think, the process. As we saw in the previous presentation, we are just in the starting point of the changing, so it's important to see the different visions from different players trying to at least figure out a potential future. So this is what we like to do here in the EPICA, and also I think SCENE is really related about that. Try to envision what's next, okay? So today we will talk about the opinions, okay? You don't have to, you can be safe. We are not talking about like experts, we are talking about people with a really reputed opinion on the field, okay? And I hope we have different visions to share and everything. But let's start with you, Laia, because you are leading the Catalan and you are part of the European Film Commissions. So what's the vision of the film commissions locally here in Catalonia first and then in Europe, according to the cultural heritage space? And how do you foresee that technology can help you to go further on the direction?
Hello. Wait. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. Yes, you said we are part of the European Film Commission's network, but also we are, like, just for you to know where we belong, we are part of the Catalan Institute for Cultural Companies in the Cultural Department of the Government of Catalonia. And our aim is to promote and facilitate filmings around Catalonia, just the region of Catalonia. And as a film commission, we are part of this European Film Commission's network. So we exchange opinions, knowledge, and other interests among other colleagues around Europe. So for us, this tool is amazing. Like 1 month ago, I didn't know it even exists. So for me, it's really inspiring, and I think it's really important to have this kind of technologies and tools available for locations and for location scouting, of course. And as our vision here in the Catalonia Film Commission, that we are the bridge between the creators, the producers, the location scouting managers, and the cultural heritage, for example, the agency, or other local administrations or other private locations. These kind of advances in the location scouting, for us, is really interesting and good news, because I think, and it's what you said, is our opinion, maybe others think different, but our opinion is that it's a smarter way, faster way to find locations. For example, right now we are collaborating with a production company, a German production company that wants to film here in Catalonia, but they are also thinking about other locations in Europe, for example, Prague and the south of France, and they are scouting different locations, and it's a medieval series, so this heritage is really important for them. And they've been months scouting around Catalonia and other parts of Europe, and having this tool for them would have been like amazing to save time, to save like travels, and to understand what they have and the diverse location they have, also to discover locations that maybe they don't know that exist. So it's a way to diversify also the heritage that appears on screens, I think, because sometimes, well, we collaborate with the Catalan Agency of Patrimony, and the monuments they manage, the ones that are more shootable or that are more known for shootings, are all the same, like Monestir de Santes Creus, Castel of Sant Pere de Rodes, and two others, but they have a bunch of monuments that they don't even know that exist, or that are accessible, or that they are available for shootings. So this would be a tool also to put them on the map, and to make them know that they are interested in having this kind of audiovisual activity. So yeah, I think this tool can be something that brings this to that.
We will discuss later about how to do it, okay? But let's keep with the, let's say, public sector. I mean, because then we will go to the tech developers, because I think that this is a nice. Albert was a surprise for me, as I told him. You know, I mean, because they are quite advanced, and sometimes you misvalue what you have in house. And then while starting this conversation, I discovered that they have a bunch of things. But normally, cultural heritage is often seen as something to protect. And then we were talking this morning about cultural preservation, let's say. But in the recent years, it's also become something like a living resource for innovation, that I know that we are on the path, that we need to find new use cases and everything. But from your perspective, how can this kind of digital and cognitive technologies contribute to reinterpret and analyze the heritage, especially for connecting with new audiences?
Absolutely. I think, well, I come from the Cultural Heritage Agency of Catalonia that manages the cultural heritage buildings that are owned by the government of Catalonia. We are managing around 20 different venues, cultural heritage venues that are open to the public, castles, monasteries, whatever. And I'm just trying to get some innovation into the field. We are not doing just projects for our own cultural heritage venues, but also for all the cultural heritage sector here in Catalonia. So, for example, in 2020, we started a project that tries to promote the use of 3D technologies, because in 2018 we envisioned that 3D technologies will change forever the kind of managing of the cultural heritage sector. So we started that. Not this one. Okay. Maybe, okay.
No, 1 second.
I will show you just the first page of our 3D project, that is a that one. A collaborative project that, as I've said, is trying to promote the use of 3D technology, from the scanning to the outputs that can be 3D models, to film on virtual production, or producing VR experiences. And we have been collaborating with more than 50 different institutions here in Catalonia. We have scanned more than 600 different venues or objects, museum objects. And we think that we have reached the point of use of 3D technologies in cultural heritage that we wanted 5 years ago. But this is used not only for conservation, that is the main concern for the cultural heritage sector, but also to build anything that can be built from a 3D model. That means multimedia guides, that means virtual production models that can be used in virtual production environments. That means any other output that can be used by the cultural industry or the creativity industry in any way. For example, if you, the second project that can be linked to the objectives that, or the aims that we are talking about today, is this second project that is called the Eyes of History. We are using universe technology, a technology that creates the spaces for VR shared realities. And we are installing this kind of VR experiences in different monuments. We have 6 of them running now, more or less. And also, we have built this, no, sorry, the other one. And we have built this kind of foldable setups that are traveling all across Catalonia, and they are installed in the different schools. Last school year, we have reached around 5,000 students. And for the present school year, we are trying to reach 10,000 students that are experiencing a travel to the past, in which they are seeing how these buildings were done, for example. Next one. Next image. How the Romanesque churches in the Pyrenees were built in virtual reality with hands interaction, and the results are amazing. So it's not the future, because it's happening right now. We are using this VR, in these VR environments, scannings that we have done for conservation purposes. But we have also versions for lower quality versions for VR experiences or AR experiences, whatever. So these kind of tools for the multimedia or the media production are a tremendous help, I think, because, as I've said, we are using these conservation models for any other creative aims that we can find. And we are actively searching for people who want to use our models. So this is our approach right now, that I think fits perfectly with your projects.
Yeah, I have. Well, let's, before going to Stefania or Nicolaus, that will work on the tech side. Well, how I know that you, for example, use Universe. That for sure. This is the next panel, so it will be interesting to these readiness tools. But I think that also the cultural heritage, I mean, the cultural sector, I mean, mainly the public, should be also a bit more related to public research. For example, I know that you also need to have this kind of vision on on try to advance. I mean, because you have the lucky to be able to fail. And this is innovation. So that's why I will love to also go deeper on this later. But it's important to see if this kind of institutions like your ones can be also closer connected to research, because at the end this is the safer space. I mean, we were talking about the industry with Mari Carmen before. This is not a safe space to fail. When you go to the industry, you need to have it ready, have it soon, and okay. But I think that we also need to try to find these kind of future things where to play with. But okay, so Stefania, I know you put a lot of effort and passion doing your tools. What do you think that let's start for the first question. So what would you need from this kind of public stakeholders for really help you to deploy ready-to-market tools? I mean, because I want to be clear in these two different stages. So where to start? Scene is a starting point that I like it. I mean, it's a proof of concept, it's an MVP, it's something ready, but of course we were planning the exploitation phase that needs some advances. But what do you really need as a tech developer or scientist from that?
Okay. So first of all, I'm Stefania Catanzaro from CETMA. CETMA is a research center and technology transfer center located in Brindisi, Puglia, in Italy. With our technical area, virtual and augmented reality and multimedia technical area, we participate since 3 years in SIM project. Regarding SIM project, our goal was to demonstrate with this immersive technology the better way to preservation and promotion for the cultural heritage sites. One important lesson that we achieve regarding your question, it's the collaboration. So we, in these 3 years, we collaborating a lot with public authorities, public entities, institutions. So I want to thanks to municipality of Corigliano d'Otranto and municipality of Galatina and the Archdiocese of Otranto for real support that offer to us for our both locations, because we have two important sites in the project. One of those is the Monte Castle, located in Corigliano d'Otranto. The other one is Basilica, the Church of Santa Caterina di Galatina, located in Galatina, another small cities located in Lecce. So we approach with the public entities, with the Archdiocese, and the real important things is to collaborate. It was important to build the trust with these entities for better work and for permit to us to enter, but in the same time enter and do our tests, our activity in the location, in the cultural sites. It's not so easy to do it, because you need to have such of ethics, such of respect for the limited permits, the limited times, the limited preservation, the structure, the architecture. For example, in Basilica di Santa Caterina, we have frescoes, Gothic frescoes. So your work, this important work. So we have to go to scanning location, to do photogrammetry. So it's complicated activity that you have to do in real respectfully for this location. So you need to build the trust with this kind of organization for for develop the better content and solution. In scene, we saw this. We achieved this lesson, we kind of lesson.
Okay. Nikos? Same question for you. I mean, what do you think that do you need to improve or to gather from this kind of public stakeholders in order to improve your work? I mean, because we will work in this kind of, what do we need each other in order to accomplish what our mission?
For us, I will say my opinion, but mostly I believe I'm expressing the philosophy of the research group I am in. We are mostly engineers in this lab, working in a multidisciplinary environment in the media, and we're into technologies regarding audiovisual. We are into what is mostly called now AI for many, many years. So we can say that we are technology enthusiasts, but we don't find this as a fetish. We don't think that technology will come, solve everything, and this is the way to go, etc. So the core of our work, the core of how we think about this, is to find usefulness to technology, find the right place, and also the right time and the right means to do so. With cognitive technologies, machine learning, and models, things that we work with, one major thing is that they are, this is a knowledge that's highly transferable. So you don't really need to specialize a lot in a very, very, very narrow field. So this is why when we collaborate in a project like SIN, or when we collaborate with people working in the media, or with the public sector, or with people who really know their field, they know their domain, they're experts, they know their needs, etc. This actually gives us directions. It gives, let's say, value to what we can do. So it is really important for us because, as I said, we find we are into the applicability of technologies. So we really want to, we extract value by collaborating with people who can define their needs, they can express their needs. This is not the easiest thing always. It needs mutual respect and mutual trust, because technologies often have some arrogance saying, this is the technology, take it and use it. And also people from applicability or from cultural sectors or from the media, etc., may have some mistrust saying that I don't need what you are giving me. So there needs to be this, this trade-off where we can propose something, saying that this thing, maybe you can find some usefulness, and this is how things go further, in our opinions, but also have the time and the structure to really listen to the needs and understand if something that we propose may not really cover something, even if we like it as a technology, and find the value. So to sum up, it's vital for us to be in such communities, let's say.
Here in the EPICA Foundation, our main mission is just to try to create this kind of horizontal collaboration. So we are fully on that. And also, as telecom engineer, I was quite expert on doing amazing useless technology. So I think this is the good approach. So to follow, but also I think that we have to connect with the innovation, and innovation is about that, to connect different knowledge in order to create something new. And I think this collaboration should be even closer. Please, Albert.
I think you have said something that it's important, and that is there are two different fields, cultural heritage, and two different mindsets, engineers, technology, cultural heritage, historians, or whatever, and you have to find some dialogue, and it's not always easy, because you need to find the right engineers that are interested in culture, and the right historians that are interested in technology. And probably you will find something new that no one knows that it can be done. Because talking and dialoguing from the two fields, you can find a different aim that you thought that can be done or can be possible. And I think that communication can open up different perspectives and can open different things that you don't have thought about before. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think that if we want to succeed on that, I think we have to escape from this. It's about people. That this is my main speech normally. I mean, you have to start with the proper or the right people, let's say. For the innovation, it's always happening like that. But I think we need to start creating success stories in order to convince even those that are not the right people. I mean, and that's the thing on trying to, well, at least we need to focus on trying to put the attention on the good practice that validate that this is important. It's not fancy, it's important. I see here people from other lives that say that, but of course it's much more difficult to digitalize, as Stefania was saying, a fresco. So that's why let's start the discussion in these two fields. So the first one is how we can take advantage on the complexity and the uniqueness of our European cultural heritage in order to create new technologies, new forms of creating value. That of course, if you are able to render a fresco, you will be able to render a bottle of Coca-Cola. You know, and then we will move to the more, let's say, economic question. But that's the idea. So how we need to structure this relation in order to offer, for example, like you are doing, you are managing this kind of umbrella for production, but it's ready for research, for example. Your buildings, I mean the buildings you try to promote, they will be feasible, but honestly, I mean, in easy basics to access for the research in order to try to create these kind of new things. Laia?
For the research, for the research on what? Sorry, I didn't.
So I think that it's important that the cultural sector is not only consuming technology, as Nico or Stefania were saying. So I think it's time to take the lead and to do a step further on proposing what we need. And then I think that we need to open this kind of a space for friction, let's say, and discussion in order to detect this alignment or not between people developing new cognitive technologies and your real needs. And that sometimes it's a bit because, for example, I see, and this is not, but in the scene process, we have developed plenty of things that maybe if we had much more inputs from the real sector, we can move a bit. Of course, we will do it later, but it's because this kind of friction is not doing the whole thing. So how do you think that we need to establish this kind of ecosystems where to think about what we have to go for?
Well, I think the word has to be from the location, the associations of location scouters, for example, they have a lot to say on that. For example, if they would love to have this tool with other extra information that for them should be vital to know, for example, the access of these buildings or these monuments, or if there's a part that maybe it's used just for as a museum and it's not possible to film. So this kind of extra information that it has to be updated for. This is really important because maybe some parts of the year this is a museum, but the other part of the year it is not. So maybe next year it changes. So it's really important, I think, for them to have it like updated like on real time. And I think the associations of location scouters have a lot to say. The association of DOPs, for example, they have a lot to say about regarding the light and the stuff. So I think there's a bunch of other collectives that has to be on these conversations, and they have a lot to say because they are the ones that are gonna use it. Yep. Us as a film commission, for example, we have a locations directory, but it's just with pictures. and text. This is possible to have it integrated in this kind of directories, or it's something that has to be apart. So this is also another thing that I think it has to be on the table, like how can we merge these other platforms that exist and that they don't have this technology or they are not thought that to have this kind of technology on them. So I think there's a lot of questions and a lot of people and collectives that has to be to sit together and give them their opinion on how to advance on that.
Well, this is planned for the exploitation. I mean, at least we have some inputs at the beginning. Now we need to go for this kind of, most of this information that you said, they are ready to add in the platform, but this is important to see how it managed. But let's get in Albert. The idea is how we are in a super fast changing world, okay? No, the innovation is so fast. And then we need to be aligned, let's say. So I know you are leading the innovation department, that this is important. At least we have, because as you were saying, normally you are talking directly with cultural heritage, that they are, let's say, location managers, and they don't mind. But it's nice to have these kind of middlewares, that you ask with somebody that at least has the same mission that you have. So, but what do you think, Albert, should be needed in order to establish this real collaboration for the future? I mean, because we need to be fast, if not we are out of the game. So this is the kind of things.
Also answering your previous question about research and finding people, cultural heritage managers that are open to fail in research. In the end, I have an agenda and some phones, and you have the habitual suspects, the people who is really open to do some tests, some pilots. And last week there was another meeting about innovation in the not in the cultural, in the industrial environment. And some of the presenters asked to some startups what they really need. And they told us a partner to do the first job, even if it's for free, because they need something to show to the other clients. They need the first POC to show that the thing that they are experimenting can work. And in the end, you have to find the managers that are open to work like that, because even if it's for free, for the cultural heritage sector, it's never free, because you have to spend a lot of hours of your team to test a technological solution that maybe you are not convinced that it will work. Maybe it can work or it will not. But and even if you pay nothing for that, you have to put your team working on that, understanding what the company needs, giving them the data, for example, and after that, testing that that solution works. You have some people that is open to that. Normally, they are always the same people. That it's open. That you have to find this kind of institutions that are open to the research. But probably we lack like a space or a scenario in which research centers and cultural heritage managers meet each other and talk about that. Maybe we should meet once in a while, or maybe once a year, to start projects. We need someone that is building this small platform to give more space to build this kind of context. I think this is something that we don't have right now.
Okay. Stefania, what do you think on that? From the other side.
Yes, in our perspective, of course, it's never easy because we are a research center. We don't sell LiDAR, so we create a new thing, we create innovation. When you talk about a project, when you talk about a new solution, the other part of discussion doesn't say nothing, so you have to explain all the history since when was born the idea to how the product, the solution, the service can be in the future. So it's very, very, very hard work. In CETMA, in our territory, since 30 years for now, we achieved the expertise to talk with anytime with other kind of organization that work in a totally different role, totally different type of activities. So the approach, it's complicated, I think, in the first step. But if you have the expertise, like in CETMA, we are 65 employees that we are we have expertise in all kind of engineers technology sector. So if you have a professional background, and if you have the better approach to speak about the innovation, the new product that will develop with this your organization that you report on. And you can explain, you can brainstorm with these people all together for build all together the project. You can have a success in this kind of way. That's how we do in CETMA, in our territory, in Puglia. Of course, I remark it's never easy, never. But if we work all together, if we do a network with other type of organization, the collaboration comes alone, I think.
Okay, Nikos?
From our freshly acquired experience, it has become quite obvious how human-centric design and human in the center is now, let's say, more or less a common agreement. I believe everybody agrees on that. Even, for example, these speakers on the back, they were carefully engineered by experts, etc. But I'm 100% sure that at some point of their production, they had some non-experts listen to something and just say, despite all the graphs and all the acoustic analysis, a non-expert should say, I like it, I want to listen to stuff through it. And this comes from for every development, especially right now, when talking about AI-enabled developed tools. This has a twofold importance. One thing is practical. I mean, to create something that is really useful and will be used, you have to have people who will use it on board. And the other one is ethical also, because something that occurred from our project also, from our analysis, etc., is that it's a huge percentage of professionals are, let's say, skeptical with these technologies. This is very reasonable. It is a part of a moral panic also. This is my personal opinion. But the concerns are very respectable. So the only way to have people trust something like this is not only defined, but be a part of it. Know that this is not a robot that comes to replace me, but this is a tool that I have been part of, so it has my philosophy, my mentality, let's say, within it. However, having people on board for such things, it's difficult. For us also who come from the technological sector, sometimes we work in the university, so it's very easy to have people like students involved, but to have professionals who will give their own time to be part of something that is not has not an immediate reward, has not something that is very tangible, let's say, immediately. And this is a great opportunity to thank all of you for, for being here today. This is super difficult and super important. So research products, they give a luxury like this, because it is predefined within a research project that you have to sit on the same room, on the same table, and do these discussions, have these discussions that will take hours, that will take effort, etc. What is a big challenge about all this is the flexibility of how fast you can adapt to what analysis you get. Because, okay, let's say you can find the people in the correct time. Let's say you get the analysis fast enough. The huge challenge is how fast you can adapt to this. For example, a research project like this had a proposal written several years ago, before ChatGPT, before all of this. So the proposal was, let's say, approved. There was a grant agreement, and we started working on something. Meanwhile, generative AI came to the spotlight. We were not, let's say, obliged by any agreement or anything to have this in mind. However, it would be a bit obsolete to pretend that this thing does not exist. Mm-hmm. So at some point we had, as a research project, because of also the way consortia work, that we set we had almost a whole meeting talking about how we can have this in our project. If you have noticed about the conversational agent, etc., the chatbots, because even if we had not agreed, we had to adapt. This was something that we managed to do, but it's not always easy to, within a 3-year period, to be able to take the analysis, of course, this is why the exploitation plan exists, but I'm just posing it as a challenge.
Yeah, I fully agree on that, but that's the important thing that I was thinking. So how to really, because and it came to my mind from previous discussion this morning. So sometimes it's market-ready tools. Let's say innovation. This is industry. Let's say, no, that's a clear. Alberto, we are working with Universe. Okay, that's perfect. I mean, I would say that this is. But the other thing is how we create this, and I like this idea that it's not properly used, but this pre-commercial procurement, I would like to say. So how these kind of public institutions that may need to have this role of putting value on the cultural heritage, promote this kind of innovation, not for free, because it's putting resources, but because they will gather the solution and then you can sell it to Athens, you know? I mean, this is the important thing. But I think in this way we can manage this kind of ecosystems where to move from to different, let's say, speeds. Because in this way, it's the only way to really keep this traction. And I don't like this idea of talking about a testing place. It's not about that. It's about the research process. So how we together define the next research. And in this way, we can engage. Maybe it's easier to do it with the public sector than the private, because the private, they have a problem of resources and time. I mean, they need to deliver now. No, I'm not talking about, maybe they have resources to do it, but they need it for now. And if we are putting the concept on everything, we need time to go for that. But at least we need to find this kind of, also we were this morning discussing about that, so how European projects work. So a window of 5 years now, it's maybe too much. I mean, to define something, as you said, suddenly appears ChatGPT, and 1 year of the project was something like, what the fuck now? So this is the no, but this is the kind of things that we need to start from the early beginning. And sometimes we do this kind of fail that we start with a small collaboration at the beginning and at the end. But I think that it will be nice if we are able, as research centers, universities, because in this room we are all in the non-profit, let's say. Later we will talk with the profit sector, that it's a different story, but in this non-profit now space that we have, we should be leading this space of collaboration by putting resources together in order to go deeper. And maybe we have the good luck of having a bit more time on thinking. But then maybe we don't have to think about now, we have to think about tomorrow. So I think that this is the important thing. It's super interesting for me to see the different visions pushing this idea of connecting. I also would love to have this kind of last words from you in why this connection between science, tech, and culture can be a hotspot for innovation in other sectors, not only in culture, because sometimes we are obsessed on how to apply new technologies to culture. But the development, what you have developed and what you have developed can apply to many, many other verticals. So if you want to close, Laia, from your side, how do you, this is a wish list, I mean, la carta de los reyes, no sé, I don't know. What would you love to have in the next 5 years in tech development in your sector?
Sometimes the technology is seen, as you said, as an enemy that maybe can steal your job, no? And some probably location scouters, if you hear it for the first time, they will say, oh, no, this is something that will, in 10 years or 15, I won't have a job. But I think it's important to give them this information, like the correct information, and to show them that it's not, this technology is not their enemy, it's quite the opposite, it's a friend. I mean, they can improve their jobs, they can work smarter, they can work faster. So I think it's really important to continue teaching, or explaining that this technology is coming here, not for stealing anything, but for doing things easier and better. So I don't know, I hope that in 5 years things are improving, and the tools that for scouting and for filming are completely integrated to our workflows. So I guess that now we have a job, like we can collaborate more to show that the sector here in Catalonia that this is existing and this is advancing like forward and fast. So I think now we have a job to...
I love to hear that. And also, I think that this is one obsession that we also defend a lot in this house, that creative sector, it's super afraid of technology. But AI will impact many other sectors before the creative. I mean, creativity is the more difficult to automatize, you know? Of course, first we will be other sectors widely impacted by creativity. It's the most difficult to really substitute by the machine now. Maybe in 5 years we are in another game, but not now. I mean, at the end, what we are doing now is routing. We're routing everything that can be routinable, but not creativity. Stefania, your wish list for the next 5 years in this collaboration for your, and now I'm talking about your research center. So how you will love to be in the next 5 years in this collaboration with the cultural heritage? What would you improve? In a minute, because...
Okay. I think in 5 years we should work together in a horizontal way to improve our collaboration for achieve the solution, the ready-to-market solution in a better way. For example, in SIN, we don't have a ready-to-market product right now. So in research world, it's complicated, it's long, you need a lot of of years. So I want, I imagine a better collaboration for achieve ITRL, technology readiness level, for example, for the solution in a good way. For example, we develop 3D models, but these 3D models needs a lot of efforts to optimize these 3D models for upload in real case, in real platform, because we develop a complicated, higher resolution, high quality 3D models with millions of points, and this is too much for real case application, for real software solution ready to market. So I imagine a resultant collaboration for better improve this kind of dialogue, this kind of discussion, for achieve the ready to market solution, for improve our SMEs, our company in the territory in less time, I think.
Okay, thank you, Stefania.
Thank you, Fran.
Albert, now is your time, but how would you love to see yourself? And it's not valid to have a table here.
Okay, no, it's not. Following Mari Carmen's presentation, that has been absolutely wonderful, I want to acknowledge. One of the words that was in the concepts of your presentation was storytelling. I hope that in 5 years we have a different kind of storytelling. I'm working a lot with VR from 2017, from almost the very beginning of VR, but I also love the physical experience. And the personalization, the AI response to the movement of the visitor. I'm envisioning in 5 years, probably not in 5 years, maybe in 2 years, a physical experience with or without headsets, probably without headsets, in which the physical environment reacts to your actions, and it's a absolutely different kind of storytelling that we are used to, because we are still, even in VR, we are still using the audiovisual backbone of storytelling, just telling a story, and telling this story in a linear or almost linear way. And I think that we should be closer to the game engines and the gamification storytelling, but again, it's different from that, because a game is a different environment. And the physical experience in a monastery, for example, can be different from everything else.
Yep.
So that's my goal for the next 5 years, finding another way of living that's physical spaces.
Yeah, thank you, Albert. I fully agree on that. Now we are in the next revolution, that we are not telling anymore 2.0 or 3.0, because I think we don't have numbers enough to feel it. But I think the storytelling now, the creation and everything, it's the new revolution. So, Nico.
My answer will also be very close to this. Coming from the audiovisual technology sector, if you think of the history of audiovisual technologies, is the history of the engineering world creating some possibilities and people deciding what are useful and creating beautiful things with these possibilities. Most engineers actually got into technology because first they experienced the beautiful things, they liked the music and said, I want to find the technology behind, I love the cinema and I want to see the technology. So for me, cultural heritage, and I believe the three chimneys are a wonderful example of this.
We'll try.
Should not be something that we see as a burden, because cultural heritage preservation, as a word, the preservation, it gives the feeling of a burden, something that my ancestors gave me and now I have to save this. But instead of this, it's good to see cultural assets becoming part of our life, giving us also fun times, let's say, to keep it light, and finding storytelling, finding applications, finding use of the emerging technologies that can make them creative, that creative people can use it to create beautiful things and people can enjoy them. So the 5 next years for me, this is my ambition, to see what is becoming available right now will find its way to creating.
Also, we are in Europe. I mean, this is some interesting way of competing with US and China. This is something that they don't have. I mean, at least we have something that they don't have, so let's try to focus there. I mean, no, it's a good chance. I mean, no, I'm not kidding. I mean, it looks like a joke, but it's not. I mean, something that makes you, I'm not sure how much time we will do it, but something that makes you unique in this field is the value of culture of 30 whatever different countries with different language, with different cultures, with whatever. So this is a good strategic point that we have to point here. So thank you all very much for being here. Thank you all for the patience. Let's take a coffee and let's go for the next one. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Está en amarillo. Vale. Seguimos con el segundo panel, que esta es la parte más, vamos a decir, práctica de esto. Tenemos otra vez... Eso. No, just kidding. Let me present you the speakers. Let's start from Esmaragda, and you will say your surname better. It's a filmmaker, editor, and an artist, I think. Yeah. Maria, please, from the Green Olive Films. Our friend Matthias Hauser, from the Media Solution Center Baden-Württemberg. Fabio Palma, and we need another chair. Sí, sube. And Fredo, please, take a seat. Yeah, I will. Sí, está bien, ¿no? También. Vengo allá. No. Sienta Fredo aquí, por favor. Aquí, Fredo. So, okay. So this panel, it's about. You can meet. You have been 20 minutes taking coffee now, and now you meet each other. Come on. Okay, the second panel, it's about future-ready tools for a smarter audiovisual ecosystem. So how to move beyond? I think this is the good question. So in the first panel, we have a more philosophical discussion on what do we need in order to improve that. But I think it's important to move into the what's next, I mean, or how to do it now real. So we have, you will present yourself better than me, but so in this discussion we will move from the concept of cultural heritage to the question of what comes next. How do we make the audiovisual ecosystem truly future ready? So we have been, scene has developed tools that merge AI, data, and creativity, but the challenge now is how to use these innovations responsibly, creatively, and sustainably across artistic and industry context. I think we have been talking all the day about the time. This is a problem that we have now. I mean, the future is now 2-3 years, so we need to be fast. So that's important to talk about vision and mission, so what's next, but also on what should we do now, okay? So we have representatives from different sectors, so it will be nice if we can talk about the different roles we have from the, let's say, more public institutions, research centers, producers, artists, And well, I don't know how to tell you because you're, yeah, no, come on. You are doing too many things. I mean, I am not sure. I'm not sure where to put it, but no, because you are much more than a technology provider. That's why you are in the middle. Yeah, that's the way.
And on top of that, I'm
exactly. So let's start by that. So let's start by this question. It's a not easy question, but how do you think these kind of technologies are impacting now, and how will it impact in the next 2 years? So this panel is for 2 years, not 5. It's 2 years. So Fred, let's start. You are here,
okay,
so.
thank you. So
It's mute.
yeah, big challenge.
Yeah,
Challenging
not
question.
easy. Again, we are talking about opinion, okay?
Okay, it's an opinion. So as I have nothing to do with the cinema industry, so I would talk from my
Technology,
perspective.
yeah, we're talking about technology,
from technology. So what is happening? It's like, from my point of view, like a huge paradigm shift. Okay. Which is changing a lot of things. So from my point of view, it looks like all good, because it enables a lot of things for a creator. So like it makes, like, I believe, like creation easier, iterating faster, testing better, and many more things. But there's at the same time, with those amazing shiny tools we have right now through AI and so, many challenges for the creators. And the challenges are like those, you know, this Disney movie with Mickey when he was like an apprentice of a magician and doing a big mess. It's like how we use those things. So I think it's a big challenge on how we must change our mindset to use properly those tools. How do you, and not on top of that, how you work with, like, more on a collaborative way with other people we were never thinking we will work one day with them. So like AI engineers, like data engineers, like welcoming them to share this creative process with us. And what is most significant for me, it's this layer of feedback that those technologies are bringing to us. And also the new formats in which this screen storytelling will convert probably in a physical, virtual, digital story living. So it's a very different way for creators to change from thinking in storytelling and thinking in story living, in which it's user-centric, it's real-time, it has feedback, it can be generative. So exciting times.
Okay. You started with, I don't know what I'm doing here now, we will go for it, but I think that we need to talk now about storytellers more than filmmakers, because the blur now, I mean, you are creating stories there, you are explaining in a different way, but most of the technologies and the enablers will be common, maybe with different point of views, but you know, that's why you are super important here, so it was just to let you be happy here. So Esmeralda, what is your opinion of that?
Well, the immediate impact on artists is horror, terror. Are we all going to die? But
not die, disappear.
Well, it's like no one has credits anymore, no one has authority over their works, but of course it's right now very young, very fast. Notoriously, the film industry is gatekept so bad, so this means that many people, in order to just enter, they have to give up a lot. They need to wear many hats. There is segregation in many, many positions. So this new thing that's asked of us to adjust, to adapt, to teach it even, becomes another thing that we must do. In my opinion, though, the opportunities are immense. The way to approach this could be a have a very positive outcome. But I need to say that we're lacking in terms of education, bottom-up education for artists, by artists, in the way that all these new tools can be used by us. Right now, people know ChatGPT, maybe they know, I don't know, like flora fauna or stuff like that, but they don't understand how it works, why it's there. They just see a solution to just make things easier. So I think the creatives who use these tools can be very useful in providing feedback on how to make them even more creative, the tools themselves. So in my opinion, that's where we are right now.
Okay, Maria?
I think to add to this, there is another side to it, that all these tools that are available to everyone online, they actually brought so many more creative that didn't have the skill, but they had a creative mind. So it gave them the means, without the skill, without knowing, you know, Adobe and other tools, to actually bring their creativity into life. And I think it also made a big boom. So bringing more people, creative people, to become an artist in a way. But we are in the phase of rejection, right? So always something new comes and you go, you know, no, it's not art. It's a big conversation now. Is AI-generated content, is it art? Do we accept it? Or it's not human? So it's a bit of a mix and, you know, rejection, but it's here. There's nothing you can do about it. And you are right. Either artists, they kind of adapt, or they get the niche where they are, you know, it's theirs, it's human-only content. And then we will have this, yes, a universe that you mentioned. I love the story living is a great saying. You know, this story living and creating, bringing more people, lowering the entry barrier for people, and also allowing one person to become an expert in many things, like as a producer or a producer of a small, let's say, short film. Allows me, with AI technology, to be a marketeer, to make campaigns, to know how to write things, to, you know, to create a poster as one person. I don't need a team anymore to, you know, to be all of this. Because before this, even I remember 15 years ago, you couldn't film a commercial if you didn't have a budget of 50K. It was crazy. Now, it's nothing. I need just my computer. And you can see this year, all massive brands, all their commercial was entirely AI generated. So yes, it's a massive shift, but it's tricky now. I feel that what is art, what is tangible and valuable, if so much is coming to market now.
Yeah, but however I see from you both, I mean this kind of teaching or understanding, or I think that you also tackled one point from Mari Carmen, this democratization of the tools and the power to be creative. But I think that also the sector, maybe you will hate me for that, but I always like to. When you talk with scientists and tech, they always talk about collaboration and how to really create these synergies, and they need creatives on board because they are, you know, for example, Fredo, that it's more in the field, it's just, he talk about how to involve that engineers and whatever, and the art, sometimes we are still working on how we learn to do it. And maybe we don't need to learn, we just need to collaborate with those that miss some skills but have different ones. And I think that it's also an opportunity for the sector, for the art sector and the storytellers to open the door and say, okay, I have these super important skills that you don't have, and I need you, and it's okay. I mean, if we need each other, that will be nice. The problem is that sometimes we have this kind of fear that they don't need us, and we need them, but it's not true. I think that we need to, because when you talk with now Matt is leading the, let's say, the knowledge transfer for cultural and creative industries in the supercomputing center in Baden-Württemberg. This is something like I really imbibe from the Germans. So they already know that these kind of big infrastructures need to be accessible for the cultural and creative sector because they need to make money on that. You know, that is important. I mean, yeah, of course, this is super important. And then on top of the automotive solution center, no, mobility solution center, or whatever, now they have the cultural and creative industries solution center. That is super amazing, and it's Matt here. Matt, what do you think about now? You are working with plenty of these kind of geek people envisioning the future. How do you think that it's the real impact now and the impact that we will have in the next 2 years?
Well, first, thank you for the invitation. And I can leave the stage because you explained it very well. May I ask at first the audience, who was visiting one time in your life a supercomputing center? Two. You're from the media industry? So we are sending every 5 seconds or 1 second data to a supercomputing center you never visit. We take care of our emails, if data protected, but we're doing every day this. So it's a first step, I think, about great knowledge. What is AI? What is deep learning? We are speaking about the tools, but who knows how is the working process of these tools? So we're sending every second our data to the 5 tech companies in the States. And we're doing it like this. We're creating fantastic tools in Europe, and we're giving the tools to 5 tech companies. We're quite stupid in Europe, I think. Because what we have in Europe, other countries don't have it. You don't have this in Asia, you don't have it in the States. Democratic systems. We're sending our data to an anti-democratic systems. So I'm working in the High Performance Computing Center HRS in the University of Stuttgart. We are leading 33 nations in Europe in HPC computing, and we're in strong collaboration also with the Supercomputing Center in Barcelona. So go to visit supercomputing in Barcelona. Call to Fernando to see how it works there. Then maybe we start to change. I think everything is written. We have the best concepts in the world. We are sitting here, I can speak for hours about concepts, about our life, or about AI, what is art. But that's not more the goal, I think. We know this. And we have something different. We have so many countries, so many languages, so many culture here. And we're losing the contact to this because we're giving everything up. So what we're doing now from the European Commission is also in our center is to creating the new infrastructure. We are setting up the AI factories, and now we're not speaking about AI factories more, we're speaking about gigafactories. And Supercomputing Center Barcelona is opening an AI factory next year, also in Stuttgart. So go to visit these centers and give your voice. We need the infrastructure. That you use not the infrastructure from the States or from Asia, use the infrastructure from Europe. Mm-hmm. I think that is the first step. And then the second thing is, if I can say one thing more,
yeah, sure.
Is we have also from my perspective, we have to change our wording to speak about culture and art. It's not more interesting to speak about this. I'm working for more than 30 years in culture management and all these things. And we have to know that we have a new culture is coming. And it's a concept we created in the media solution that calls e-culture. And it's totally different. Nothing to see in the culture with video art, with film art, with photo art, with painting. No, it's e-culture. It's something totally different. And to understand how e-culture works, you have to understand how the machines are working. Because with our side, I can say in the HPC supercomputing, we're giving data in, and my director of the HRS, Michael Resch, he said, we don't know what is working in the machine. We don't know how it works in AI factory. We don't know. We're trusting numbers and results. We don't know if they are right or not right. That is the reason that we're setting up every 4 years or every year a new supercomputing center, because we want to go closer to the reality, to go, if the numbers that are coming out, if they are right or not right. We're trusting a system, we don't know how it works. So, and there's coming the culture and creativity in the industry to help us to understand how it works in a machine, if the results are good for the humanities or not. And that's, yeah, only some ideas from my
This is super. So how technology will impact us, but also how we will impact technology. So that's super, super important. Fabio, from your vision, I mean, Fabio is leading the IT culture and creativity here now in Barcelona. That this is super related to this concept. So what's next? Because you are in the go-to-market strategy from the public institution. So what's your vision on how we are and where should we be in the next 2 years?
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me, representing EIT, European Institute for Innovation and Technology. So I am taking here, bringing here the voice of the institution that says that technology and innovation, especially technology, is a tool, as our great friends here can teach us. Technology comes from techne, that's art and craft. So it's basically, we really believe that it's a tool. It's true that we are facing a revolution that we cannot avoid. There is an important Catalan author that say that the revolution is here, we cannot avoid, we have to live together with and to take the best advantage of this revolution. So for the next 2 years, I think we have to face, taking it in mind that technology, artificial intelligence, all the digital solutions are tools, but the key point is the human being. So it's very important to have this clear in mind, that also from the point of view of the institution, we are looking to the human being, to the human creation, to the human role in the next 2 years, in the next 3, next 5, where technology is a tool, is a new brush with a bigger canvas, maybe than in the past, but it's still a tool, and the hands have to be the hands of the human being behind all of that. So for the next 2 years or 3 years, maybe 5, we are trying to looking for always to 3-5 years time. We are seeing that we are facing big challenges, as exactly as Matthias was saying. First of all, infrastructure, because technology we have, the computer, supercomputers, I'm here, but there is a problem of connectivity, of connection between the supercomputer, between them, between all the different dots that we are in Europe, so we have to strengthen the net, basically. And then mindset, that is absolutely about humans, that not just means working with creators, but also with institutions, and always this meeting point between university and research that have a different time schedule, creators and entrepreneurs that have a different time schedule, we were talking about that before, and institutions that sometimes they are quite slow, but we have to try to go at the same speed anyway, because we have here in Europe, I think that we are the last barrier to the before the barbarian came, and so we have to reinforce that and to work as a just one region, but taking care a lot of our diversity. That is one of our strongest points, I think. Sometimes it's the weak point, because we are a lot of several point of view. We have a big matryoshka with a lot of matryoshkas inside, especially if we are talking about culture and creativity, that is audiovisual, architecture, design, everything is on that, but this is our strong point there. So if we can work to turn the weakness to a strength, maybe we can face the main challenge that we have.
Well, you both talk about this kind of technology sovereignty, or sharing the data, or giving the data. I got from Artur is here, one of my mentors, some time ago. He explained me that the Africans already discovered that this nice invent that we did in Europe, that was good for us, not really for them, of buying cacao and selling Nutella, it was only good for one side, okay? And then now we are, even though we invent that, we are in the other side, so maybe we have to think about that, because we have some experience and culture on that, so maybe we have to take some conclusions on what to do next, but this is quite important. But I will go for a question that I really like it, and so in some way you already talk about that, but I think we are wondering what's the biggest barrier to innovation in the storytelling, let's say European filmmaking or artists or all this kind of storytelling, the media sector today. It's funding, it's training, it's digital infrastructure, it's mindset, it's collaboration. What do you think that it's the major barrier to jump directly, and try to be for once in the sector at the same speed as the Americans, for example?
Thank you. I believe that the main problem we have, it's a problem of mindset. Because first of all, before you said like creators, they're like they're afraid of those changes. That's normal because they have been like working in an industry that has not changed for a long time or with very slight changes. This one is like a huge paradigm shift. And so this change of mindset for me, when I think about the cinema industry, I would like the cinema industry to recover the mindset of the pioneers of cinema, of Charlie Chaplin, of Buster Keaton, like putting together a whole industry, thinking about solution for lighting, thinking about how they could improve the cameras, how they could create visual effects, how to distribute their content, how to create a syndicate for the actors. So they were like everywhere. They were like total inventing the whole industry at our level in our company and in our small sector. It's happening. We're developing the software, we're developing the content, we're developing the distribution channels, and so on. And we say, oh no, it's different because you are an entrepreneur, you're a startup. No, it's like, it's not there, so we have to do it. So when you say that creators maybe will have to learn, and I think it's more about learning how to learn. Because if you have to be taught to do something that a 20 or 25 years guy is learning on his side with the computer, because all the information is out there, and he can achieve maybe a better result than you with a single computer and some tools. It's that maybe you need a complete mindset, a change of mindset. I also believe that we need more globally a change of mindset in this industry, and the changes we have now imply iterating, trying things and make mistakes and trying again. Okay, fail, trying, fail. And financing is difficult. Financing is for long term. So in our case, for example, you say, oh yeah, you can apply to this CREA fund and you will get the money in 2 years and you will present your project in 3 years. It's what our company is like 4 years old. I don't know where we will be in 3 years. We started 2, now we're 50, so no, your time, it's not our time. So I think that this mindset in the institutions, how we finance or whatsoever, should take into consideration that we must be fast, agile, we must take risk. Failing is normal and it's part of the process. Because if not, the human being is afraid of taking risk. So it will keep on tracks on the same solutions as always, not taking risk. And so the whole industry will be like super slow for the change. So I think that a bit of an entrepreneur shot will be good for the whole sector, because it's a way to compete, it's a way to assume change faster and to be better.
But I think I fully agree with you, but I think that it's a complete change of mindset. Why? I always talk here that the art and sports are the most aggressive sectors. The option to fail for an artist, it's super dangerous. That's why they don't really like the innovation, because innovation and even more research is about, as you said, iteration, failure, recap. In this project that we did, there are many good things that we did, and many fails. But it's okay because it's a research project, you know? The scientists, they are happy with the failure. For the artist, it's super risky. I mean, art and sports, or you are in, or you are out. There are a bunch of medium engineers like me, that we are not top engineers, we are not bad engineers, but we survive. There are not too many medium artists, let's say, because it's super aggressive. So this is why it's important to change the mindset. I like the idea of a new culture where to create and put attention in the knowledge, not in the result. But this is super difficult to ask to somebody. You know, I know that you are creating something new, so sometimes it's better from outside to understand the thing and go for that, you know. But I don't know, what do you think about that? The failure, because I see, because for me it's super strange to understand this kind of fear of failure, because I came from research, and for me, normally I used to failure, and then sometimes I get it, and that's cool, you know. But here we are having the other way around. So, what do you think on that? It's mindset, training, funding?
I completely agree. I just find the beginning of this, that innovation means risk, means problem. The beginning of that comes from the funding bodies and from the producers, because they control the money, and for them that means they lose money. So I think the artists inherently want to experiment, inherently want to try new things, but when it's tied with your living and your name, of course, and your career, it becomes less attractive in many ways. But I do think that the linear understanding of the production from pre to post, it was never the case for the industry. It was an invention that, to be honest, it never works. One bleeds into the other. It's never linear. If something, it's circular most often. So I think that when we are to apply for the funding, that are going to take, it takes 1 year to create the dossier. If you are accepted, you're going to get the answer 6 months afterwards. And if it's positive, then you're going to get the 75% of the money at the beginning. And after, you understand, very funny. So the thing is that the entire European system is so slow, which I understand. Big animals have to be slow. On the other hand, at this moment, for example, many artists don't identify as filmmakers in a way that's like so strict. So you can also dip into the artistic research fund, into the artist funds, which means you have space to play. And it's very interesting how we decide to separate sectors. But to be absolutely honest, that's the only tank that right now can fuel experimentation in the industry. And I'm talking about medium to low beginning filmmakers. It's even more difficult for the ones who are on top, because they're not allowed to play with this amount of money. So I completely agree. The barrier right now is the mentality about innovation, about experimentation, mainly from the funding bodies that come into the arts. And also, I want to piggyback on something you said, the fact that new film teams are going to be hybrids. They're going to be data scientists, UX designers. And we know that, but we don't ever meet. It's so rare we meet, it's so rare we understand each other's language. So this is the other thing that's an opportunity for us to build the hubs where these two animals come together.
More than two. Yeah.
True.
Maria.
True.
Take one. What do you think, Maria?
Okay, I am coming from the producer world, right? So it's very interesting to hear as well that side. Because to be honest, for me it comes to budget, right? And when I look abroad to America, right, it's easy for them. It's just easy because there are so many, they all speak the same language. You know, it's like a factory, right? So they have massive budgets. And actually they pump the innovation straight in there. So the big players, they can afford to actually take all this research and do it in-house somewhere to produce like amazing stuff. My husband and I, we just watched the film, and they showed these beautiful European locations, like amazing. And I went to Google how they filmed it. It was Red Notice. And they filmed everything in Atlanta. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. All these castles and heritage and coastline, everything inside this massive center in Atlanta. I find it mind-blowing, right? And unfortunately in Europe, and I'm not European, I'm Russian, so I also have an interesting view on it, right? Your strength is also your weakness, right? You are so diverse and historically rich and amazing with languages and cultures and, you know, all this mix that we put so much effort to preserve, but it also gives you this segregation that you cannot relate it to budget and mindset, that we cannot come together in many ways, in language, in too much barriers. It's, for me, everything is segregated, right? So it's hard to pool this budget to create something mind-blowing to go on global market. Yeah, so I would say budget is a big problem in Europe, but also a connection between different parties is extremely important. Even to creating the tools, I feel that many tools are not connected to market. I mean, they are there, but the way they are done or the logic of it is not suitable for actually people in profession. So I see a lot of them, but they are just not right for what I need. And I feel that a better and closer collaboration between, let's say, production companies and companies that create tools and innovation is important. Because somebody mentioned before, we went to a research center in Cyprus, a production company based in Cyprus, and they had this technology that we wanted to use for production, but they didn't have a proof of concept of the quality that it's going to be. So I couldn't risk that budget that I had to produce something, to put in there without knowing what result will I have. So this gap for me, and I was willing to because it gave me different opportunities. It saved me time, it saved me locations, it saved me this. But it was just, I couldn't do this step, right? Mm-hmm. And I think to close this barrier with the technology now, it will give us like a big step actually to global markets as well. Okay. And just to add, actually, you see the trend now as well. You mentioned that just a few companies, they control all the data, but also it's a few companies that control what we consume as viewers, right? So for us, for example, we are now representing, you know, Netflix in Cyprus as a production, but it took like a lot, right? And you could see that now is a new wave. It's so many movies from Europe. They are in different languages. They are, you know, they adapting it and they actually promoting it, which is for me also a massive change. Like I see that they stop being afraid that somebody has a Russian accent or Italian accent. You know, it's not anymore a taboo, which is a great, I think is a great promotion, because I see a lot of happening now in Europe that goes globally, which is a great sign.
Yeah. Okay, but before going to Matt, for example, Artur just said that it's super strange that here we have a lot of Greek colleagues, you know. He was asking me why most of the Greek history has been explained by Americans. It's a bit creepy, but we will discuss it during the lunchtime. But I think it's super important also for us to be proud of what we are doing. And you know, for example, I see the Argentinian film. They are super adapted. They have no budget, no special effects, but super nice films. Why? Because they know that from scratch, and then they have really good, let's say, storytelling. And it's a super fancy Star Wars film. No, but it's super nice. So maybe we have to also and then start creating this single market and these kind of things and this storytelling, story-living. I really like. Matt, what's your opinion?
To be honest, I want to speak about a market I'm not in, you know, because I have a lot of respect. Who's everyone from you running this business and how hard is it? Maybe about a general concept to think, maybe about, we're working just now on a new concept, it's artistic research to business. And I think that could be also for the artists a new glue, and for the scientists also, you know. And for example, you have this huge in SAR in Switzerland company who's running the artistic research to find the knowledge, what was done on algorithm, and then to use it maybe this knowledge for the media industry. So and for this you need some company or some agency who make the traduction of the language between artists, scientists, and I think also we failed a lot about this collaboration. We like to speak about collaboration. Myself, I'm doing the same. But we saw it in START's program, Scientists, Technology and Artists. It's not working if you're telling the truth, you know.
Sometimes.
But
only a few times.
Okay, if you know me.
Yeah, I know, only a few.
Strong with this. So we're spending a lot of money on this, and then I think this time is done. The European Commission, everyone needs results and very quick, and also I don't like this to think in the culture or creative industry, but it's called industries, so you have to think about business models. And I'm totally analog person. I studied music. I was cellist. I was running tourneys around the world, and now I'm leading in the high performance computing center, the digitalization. But that is to stop and to think new. And maybe I can only mention this, maybe to think about artistic research to business, and then it could help the sectors. And the EIT, for example, also with this structure. But when you have only 150 million euros, it's nothing. I know it's difficult to make calls for artists and all this and all. But yeah, I give up. It's not my sector.
Can I go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just taking all the very clear and wise observation that you did, all of you. I mean, from institutional point of view or European point of view, we really think that money or funding is not the problem. Maybe the structure of the European Union processes, I know that sometimes, you need 2 years time, but institution like our institution, for example, that of course they have not the big budget as all the Horizon, all the big framework, that's true, but we have been crafted exactly to solve a bit this question of the agility, you know. So we try to give money in a more wise and more fast way, but the problem is not the money, because more or less the money is there. In Europe there are lots of money, a lot of funding. I think for our point of view, and after that I will answer the question of how many money, how much is the budget, if it's low or high. The question is not that. The question is looking to the sectors, not just the storytelling sector, the filmmaking sector, generally speaking, the cultural and creative sectors as a whole. The problem is fragmentation in Europe. I think the main barrier for our point of view is fragmentation, not money. Maybe it's a consequence, the fragmentation is the cause. And so the money seems the problem, but it's not. Fragmentation, because lot of different sectors are working in silo. Inside the sector there are a lot of fragmentation, a lot of competition as well. So maybe what we should do from an institutional point of view to enhance more the cooperation between the sector, the cooperation between the actors, cooperation between the players. So, but just a figure that is absolutely opening our mind in that. In Europe, creative and cultural sector are responsible for 5-6% of he wants to say something.
We are a pet friendly house. We
about money.
We accept everybody.
He does not agree. So mainly we produce lots of we are responsible for 6-7% of the richness of Europe in this sense. I will try to talk louder. There are 8 million people working in Europe in creative and cultural sector, most of them in audiovisual, most of them, more or less 1/6, 1/5 of these, but spread around 2 million of companies. That means that the average, it's something they always say, but the average is 4 people for each company. Since this is one of the problems that illustrate the fragmentation question. So if we are able to solve that, if we are able to build a bridge between artists, between companies, between players, we can help to solve the problem. And according to the money, I mean, a institution like AT is not devoted or dedicated directly to the final creators, because for that there are other frameworks. The problem is sometimes that we really don't know. The information is very confused sometimes. We don't know which kind of framework is the right one. So for a final creator, AT is not the right place where to find for money, but maybe other European framework. Because we are more working to innovation, to intermediate organizations, but I mean final creators, they have several other European framework and public-private fund, and there are a lot of private investors, they are looking for that. So there is a question of connectivity and to solve the fragmentation on the basis.
Okay, well, sure.
About budgets.
Yes, I know the guy with the money.
Budgets is not linear. It's not in my head. I give money. We have enough to do something. It's a circular process, and
yeah.
in my head, it all comes to budget anyway. Because if you produce something, for this to be successful, that means that people need to like it, and then they enrich it back, and then it goes back. You understand? So if you just okay, let me say this. You can't put money in something that you produce, but then you don't have enough kickback from it. You wouldn't invest enough without having it back, you understand? So all the content and all the box office, right, in Europe is very difficult because it almost never or rarely paid off. And that's why there is no money. It's actually a great investment, right? It's not just, it shouldn't be a mindset, we have to make this content to preserve in heritage, right? It needs to be good. It needs to be great. And this has to be an objection rather than this. And greatness needs to pay back with the box office that fuels it back. And
but that's what, as you were saying, money, like technology,
right.
They are tools.
Absolutely.
They are tools.
Yes.
I mean, with a good creators, a good idea is a good idea. Anyway, I mean, it's not better because they are using more money or more technology. Of course, with more money there are more possibility, more resources.
No,
but
much
the
more.
example of the Argentinian film is a key example for that. Low budget, but very high and spread productions. That's true. But I totally agree. Of course, money is absolutely important. But it's not. We are not to confuse the tool with the goal, in this sense.
Also, I need to point out that we're talking about the European Union, and half of it, they live in very different conditions than people in Spain. Eastern Europe does not have the same opportunities as the Central or even the North, obviously. Of course, you can be a great artist with very few. I come from Greece. Tell me about it, we know. But the thing is that at some point, you also need to start living as an artist and stop being this ingenious person that can do everything, can keep learning, and can be the amazing person in society. You need to just live and make money out of what you do. So the thing is that for sure there are many, many opportunities in Europe. They are not accessible by everybody. And that's what needs to be fixed, especially now that we're talking about a new technology that's literally in the same volume of importance as the turn to digital. It's exactly the same height of wave coming to us. So, sure, but we need to do better.
No, for sure, absolutely, yes. I mean, there is a new framework that is called the RISC, Regional Innovation Scheme, where European Union, especially organizations like us, but not just us, I mean, the European Bauhaus, the framework of the European Innovation Council and so on, they are working, they are focusing on this country. More than country, they are region inside the country, because this is part of the fragmentation problem. It's not the same Barcelona or Andalusia. It's not the same Rome, Milan from the south of Italy. So there is a need of a regional innovation scheme to potentiate, to enhance some regions with special funds, special investment, special training, and special focus on that. But I know that is low. slow, but it's moving already. That's the good news.
Only to add one thing, but it's only the infrastructure what you need. It's not important if you're living in Slovenia or in Oslo or in Boca. It's software driven. You don't need more. That is also the big future of Europe, because you don't need the big studios more to produce a good film. So you can live in any part of Europe, I think, if you have the infrastructure.
Yeah. Can I open?
And to create new business models.
Yeah. Do somebody from the audience want to ask something? Two? Yeah. Sure. I was sure.
Yeah, yes, for making these bridges. Fabio said that technology is a tool. But if you analyze the origin of the Greek term techne, it's not a tool, it's a craft. Techne is a craft. That means it's an art. We separate in Europe this technology and the arts. But in the origins, techne means the craft. Not the tool, but the knowing to do the tools. But this is important because if we don't cross over between techne and arts, we misconsider techne by the monde of arts and artists, and the people from the technology misconsider the art because it's like the culture, this vision we have in Europe that this is kind of ethereal thing. No. At the beginning of the cinema, the cinematograph was a machine. It was not a movie. And the machine initially was taking tape of the workers going out of the scene. And then it was a hardware. And then someone invented the software for this machine. Griffith beginning to elaborate the software for this machine. That means, imagine that this supercomputer were a cinematograph. And we need to add to this cinematograph some creative production. We will reinvent a new kind of, at the same time you have the network that makes active all the parts of the machine, not only spectators. What I mean is, abounding this idea that the e-culture, we need to reinvent the 8 art, because the 7 art was 7, no, because the last one, because it was the fusion of the previous art. When you make a movie, you need a script, literature, you need the visual artist, you need the color, you need the music, you need the dancing. This kind of synthetic way of building arts, I think it's important to think about if the digital culture can generate a new artistic or cultural movement. We did it before. We did it in the Renaissance, we did it in the Enlightenment, we did it in Romanticism. This is our cultural heritage. When we say cultural heritage, we'll see the stones, etc. Yeah, this is cultural heritage. But we have a moving story of the cultural heritage. And the question is, why only we are digitalizing the old arts, but not creating the new kind of art? My point is that. Why we don't create and focus on building a new kind of arts? And maybe Europe is, because we have this kind of possibilities to do that. We invented the machine, the cinematograph. Well, we didn't invent the cinema. It was invented in the US. And the idea, the challenge for me is that, can we add the layer of culture for the digital structure? We need to rethink some terms like, for example, the machine as a tool, instead of a...
Can I answer you? Sorry, because I think this is super important also for giving a space for innovation and research, especially in culture. What we have, at least I have discovered here in the EPICA Foundation, it's much easier to create a new space, this culture, that, for example, Matt was talking, and then see the impact of these new developments in a free space that will apply to the others, than trying to reinvent the theater. Because when you talk about reinventing the theater, suddenly there is a lot of barriers, because theater has been there for a while, painting, dancing, but I think it's a good option, this one that you are saying, try to open this space of new things, because what you are doing, for example, is quite, you cannot fit into a box. You can fit in many, but not in one.
Yeah, it's the sum of many things.
But I'm quite sure that this culture that we are talking, assuming this machine as a tool or as a concept, let's say, then at the end of the day will impact all the others indirectly. But I think it's a good strategy to start from this new space than trying to reinvent the cinema. There are many tools that cinema, for example, has gathered from outside and impact directly there. We have seen many, many transformations, for example, in the music sector. From outside, I mean, they didn't like, or they didn't want to go to a Spotify, but at the end they reinvent to do concerts because then there is a different thing. And I think this kind of thing, it's important, but I really like this idea. I think we have no minutes, but I think I want to recap with you about, again, are we talking on how to really create these ready-to-market tools and connect these two words that we were in this morning, philosophy, research, and whatever, to the market? And do you want to recap with your vision on how to try to improve this kind of new technologies to really touch the market? What will you miss or will you try to improve in a wish list, as in the previous panel? What you would love to improve in order to improve this kind of funnel of innovation? So how many of them really touch you directly?
I think that the innovations are there, are here. We're talking about the future, but it's a presence. It's right now. It's happening. What I really would love to improve has not to do with the technology, but with the mindset of the industry. So if I imagine like this industry in 5 years, or I would love to see an industry that will be like, and you will hate me for that, for saying that, but I would love to see an industry that will be less, will have less dependency on fundings. And at the same time, I will ask the agencies, the EU and so on, to be more agile, because as you were saying, big animals have to be slow, and I would love to challenge this assumption. It worked for dinosaurs for millions of years, but at a certain point they could not make it, and then there was a big crash, and mammals were like a bit more agile. So I think that I would love to have those big institutions being more agile in the way they give money. They really look at innovation, you know, and push innovation, because innovation will help this industry to survive and to get in this new dimension, which is not a question of future because it's already happening, but to have this industry embracing this new era, from my point of view.
Magda?
I'm not sure I'm the person to talk about ready-to-market products, but because we tend to use them, you know, after they've been A/B tested and all that. But as long as people who are going to be the end users are included, obviously it's going to be much more useful. It's not always the case. For the funding bodies, sometimes people who judge artistic projects are not artists themselves, so you start from there. And again, I will go back to the idea of education, but honestly, from the bottom up, people don't understand what it is, not in terms of technology. They don't understand what it is, and they cannot accept it because it's the enemy, it's the unknown. The opportunities that can come from this scene, for example, these two, need to go hand with the media project from the European Union. The ideas need to be spread, the opportunities need to be assimilated, because honestly, it's a very hard job to be an artist, and this information needs to come to you right from the source so you can understand it's not something you need to be afraid of. And I hear a lot your budgeting concern, and this is an opportunity for the open source of it to come along with some sort of instructions for you, for me, the people who are going to be on site, on the set, and understand what can be saved, what cannot be used. So yeah, for me, that's it.
I really feel it, you know, we are actually in the same boat, because because it's scary, right? It's scary to go and risk for both of us. Yeah, you risk your name, and then we put the budget expecting the result. So yes, I would like to reflect on the SCENE project, since we are here, just to sum up. And all these 3 years together, I just feel that all these people coming together, creating the tool, working for 3 years, imagine what we are from 11 countries. It's mind-blowing, right? We meet every 3 months. And I feel that it's like we are dragging something that is not really fitting the new world anymore, right? Like you said, in the budgets, or the way we build these tools together, the way the whole work is done is not working for me. And I feel that all this effort could be easily flipped into something amazing. And just this big gap between me as an end user, all these people who actually work and build something new, and these crazy rules that you cannot step. How is it? How is it possible that for 3 years we are building something that we cannot change a millimeter, because that's how we envisioned it 5 years ago, but the whole world already changed like 360. And for me, this lack of adapting and actually visioning a financial world and end consumers, something that is successful, something that people want, they will pay for it, it becomes like a byproduct more than this. So we build this, and here is also how we can try to monetize it. It shouldn't be like this. What is the problem? You know, who will buy it? And then we build it to it, constantly adapting while we're building it, and it's the only way. So the whole process has to kind of reverse completely, because it's see, we have a different.
We cry a lot.
I think this dog is very empathetic, you know. Yes, so I guess it just needs a complete change of view, because the effort is put into that is amazing. I mean, it is amazing, but the mindset has to change in many ways, like in many, many, many levels, which we are mentioning here.
Okay. Matt? Fast, because we are a bit late now.
2 minutes only. How we can help what you're saying, I think that's what I started, and I'm sorry to repeat myself about the e-culture, but I think I'm thinking about, we need a new institution in Europe to manage and to create new methodologies and all these things, because we are speaking in all panels the same stories, and 3 years, it's too long. It's a too long project, I'm sorry to say this, and we know all these mistakes, but we need a new mindset also, you know, but we have to go forward now. You know? So I think we need an European institution. That's a good step with the EIT, but it's not enough, because if I can say something, I was co-founder from the EIT Cultural Creativity, I knew it from inside. It was set it up with old systems, old mindset. And that was too long, 5 years until it's set up, and still it's not running. We cannot do this more in Europe, I'm sorry to say this. And we are still core partner of the EIT, and yeah, okay, next year we're going down. No, but I want to say, we have to say stop. We have to change it from 1st January, everything. Because it's old-fashioned what we are doing. And we are thinking on the culture, we are the creativities, and we know everything better. No, we don't know it better. But we have big chance in all the knowledge what we have, and now we have the technologies. We don't have to go more to the States or in Asia. Now we have it from next year, and go to speak with the Supercomputing Center Barcelona, go to speak to Bologna, go to speak to Stuttgart, and to create agencies, and create about research centers, and to not to criticize the European Commission. Don't wait until Brussels decides something. It's our homework. And I was waiting also. No, I change daily, my business also, and I have to change. I'm older, and we have involved also younger generation like you. It's fantastic to invite younger generation in our panels, because old-fashioned people are always speaking about old things. So we have a good chance, but I think we have to change many things.
Yeah, a lot of job to do, for sure, but it's an opportunity. I know that we have 1 minute, just to will be very, very clear, and just I would like to flag 3 points, basically, as a leverage or go-to-market possible tools or how to go to enhance this, to help cultural and creative sector, especially film, to be digitally fluent, we can say, somehow. First of all, training and education is the big bunch, but it's still there. We need to work on that. The creation ecosystem, to do what you say, if we have not a solid ecosystem, we can have 10 computer centers, but without the ecosystem, without people, that's why technology is a tool, because it's an extension of people, extension of human beings. So creation ecosystem is absolutely needed. Education, I say, that is absolutely, absolutely needed. And the last but not least, the connection, that is part of the ecosystem, but you need to build it before. So, I mean, these 3 main points. I will do just to close as flags that we need to raise.
Okay, but so before giving the word to Dimitris, I want to thank you for this discussion. I hope that we keep this discussion with you all during the next years. That will be a good sign that we are in the good path. So thank you very much. David? No, vamos atrás. Ahí tienes el clicker. ¿Sí? No, espera, ahora te lo pones. Manda Marina. Espera, quieto. Marina. Here you have.
I think now you can hear me better. Perfect. So, moving on. What we created as an innovation platform. First of all, we have the tool layer. My colleagues today have already told you about the 3D modeling, the location scouting, the simulation and quality tools in audio and lighting quality, the media asset manager, the audience building tool for making campaigns through social media, the trend and audience preferences analysis tool, and the ultra-wideband tracking tool for actor position. While on the data and infrastructure layer, we have the semantic data lakes and ontology and the blockchain IPR, meaning we have the data lake to make this information available, and we have the blockchain to make sure that whoever put this information there is their intellectual property rights are protected. And on the business layer, we imagine, first of all, the Scene Studio Suite, that's an end-to-end production suite with tools. We embed also location and heritage services on top of this, and the Scene Academy to onboard and increase the and reduce the skill gaps in the sector. So, first of all, some economics. We saw at the tool level what the total costs would be for each separate tool in terms of development, personnel needed, maintenance, etc., and the total benefits they create in 1 year from their implementation, in terms of how much you save from travel, how much you save in time, and how much you could save in CO2 equivalents. Oops. And we used an indicator, which is the best, benefit to cost ratio by dividing those two. And we arrived into a clear picture here, where we have certain tools that for example, let's go for the quality measurement. €1 invested in the quality measurement, in 1 year time, it will bring back €2.8. That's the idea. So the clear picture that we have here is that we have certain tools that they are, let's say, not providing a big benefit cost to cost ratio. However, these are tools that are used for infrastructure, and they help us also scale up. I will come back to this in a minute and why I said this. Let's move on. So, our high best benefit to cost ratio frontline candidates are these tools with the indicators right next to it. And we have on the right panel the strategic infrastructure enablers, which is the data lake, the ontology, the 3D modeling, and the ontology integration services. These indeed have a lower short-term BCR, but however, they are essential for scaling and reuse all this information. So, apart from the tools focus, we also saw what we did in the real-world scenario, which are our pilots in Athens, Cyprus, and Italy. So, these are the total annual saving costs per pilot. We see a huge difference here because of the number of productions. In Athens, we have 20. We calculated this over 25 productions. In Italy, for 12 productions and 9 productions in Cyprus. So, what we saw is that the data showed across all pilots 10% less travel for scouting and logistics, 5% faster permits and scouting workflows, and 10% less travel related CO2. And this is a breakdown on the savings that we have, on the annual savings that we have on travel, on time, and on environmental benefits. You will see a clear picture here depending on the number of productions. As you see in the Athens pilot, we have much more savings, and that is because we are scaling up with a number of productions. More productions means much more benefits. So, how we align with a new European Bauhaus, because that is also an indicator for the future that especially the funding commissions would very much look. In terms of sustainability, as I said before, 10% less travel and CO2 emissions in the pilots, and fewer on-site tests that mean, for example, from lighting and audio simulations. And also the use of digital twins and data sets through the data lake. In terms of inclusion, we provide access to smaller producers. We democratize these tools that they can be used also by students and other much smaller teams or indie studios. And also, with our audience tools, we help surface diverse content that we see from the audience that they look for. And in terms of reusing, I called it beauty, but it's about reusing the cultural heritage and make it more usable. We have higher fidelity visuals and sounds, quality measured outputs, and faithful representation of heritage, while also reducing the physical stress on that heritage. So, this is our hybrid business model concept. Initially, we started with 3 of them. But during our calculations, we realized that we cannot go for only one business model. So we combined all 3 into a more comprehensive solution. And first of all, we have the Scene Studio Suite. That's an end-to-end pipeline for producers, distributors, and it helps also with the production and distribution intelligence. We package all our high BCR tools that I showed you earlier. And then we also embedded the location and heritage services. And what we mean by that, we mean the 3D models, the virtual scouting that can be done online, smart contracts and NFTs, and all the integrated features on the suite. But we use the Scene Academy. This is also our differentiator in the industry that our competitive analysis unlocked. And what we did was connecting those two business models with the Scene Academy business model. That is, initially we used that as a skill development and also for increasing the adoption of our tools through the industry. So we combined all this because what we saw is that individually each model could not provide a break-even point that would be relatively in the short term of after the project. Hello. So, as you may notice, we start with a deficit. Most projects do. Then, in a year from now, you will see that the revenue curve with the cost curve, they actually meet, but this is not the actual point in time when we have a break-even point. That comes after we cover the deficit of the first year. So we expect to have a break-even point, meaning our revenues would be higher than the costs and sustainable at the year 2028. That's 2 years after the project ends. And this is our revenue mix. So that was the exact reason why we decided to blend all these three models, because we wanted to have a differentiation of our revenues. We see our revenue mix coming, 60% of that coming from the Studio Suite subscriptions. That means our basic to top tier users using all our tools and pay a subscription for that. Then we have the Academy subscriptions, where we actually teach other people's students or early stage producers to use our tools and what are their benefits for them. And then we have transactional fees from the locations, workshops and courses that we could do, and premium analytics and add-ons that will come in the future. Okay. Oops. But apart from the business side that we had to develop, we also had to develop operational recommendations for the industry to adapt these models and tools. What first is build integrated and digital entrepreneur skills. That means that film schools, the training providers, and guilds to create programs on AI and digital tool enablers in order to have an evidence-based like education, and they could use our tools from Scene or other similar tools to get a hands-on example of what they can do. Then we have to set up regional innovation hubs for digitally enabled filmmaking. And to do that, we imagine that we urge the film offices and the regional agencies to create hubs to establish them as innovation labs. And why not, apart from also trying out our technologies, co-create the technologies with them. Then we have our recommendation number 3, which is to adopt common metadata and standard application programming interfaces. And that means for archives, platforms, broadcasters, and film offices to converge to shared ontologies and the API formats for locations, heritage assets, and audience data. Our number 4 recommendation is to prioritize the high benefit to cost ratio tools in early deployments. And that means when you actually see a high benefit to cost ratio tool, proceed with and focus on developing that, and then develop the heavier infrastructure that is usually more costly. Moving on, apart from the operational recommendations, we also had to come up with business recommendations for the industry. And first of all, is to move towards a hybrid platform-based business model. And that means that producers, distributors, over-the-top channel providers, they should combine subscription fees and their institutional licenses or commission fees, and in general their revenue streams, in order to support their underlying infrastructure. Number two, treat digital platforms as an ecosystem orchestrators, and that means that we are working as an ecosystem, and the platform should work as an coordinator between film offices, producers, and OTT providers and educators around shared data and shared workflows instead of developing isolated tools. Number three, use audience recommender tools and business for business decision, but not just for marketing. And that means to use these tools for a business decision, meaning could I develop this film for VOD or something else, or a fast channel, or is it educational or something else? And business recommendation number four, manage experimental business models as portfolio of pilots. That means when you are piloting and testing a new technology, keep good track of what the benefits are, because that will help you also in our financial recommendations for the industry, which is first to match the finance type to tool role. And that means if you're having, like us, an infrastructure, more shared infrastructure tools, like the data lakes, for example, that they have a low benefit to cost ratio, then you go for a public or a blended financing. While when you have proven high BCR tools, you could go for private capital and service-based models. For our second financial recommendation, make CBA or CEA as a standard requirement for digital film investments. And when the film funds in general are assessing digital tools and platforms, they should routinely request and use CBA to prove these benchmarks. Our financial recommendation number three is to exploit green and NEB-aligned incentives. And that means to keep a good track of the schemes recognized from the funding opportunities, and also make sure that you quantify travel or CO2 reductions, your alignment with the new European Bauhaus principles, sustainability, inclusion, beauty, and use that to obtain grant bonuses from the funding agency, and to get a higher score for your funding. And our final financial recommendation is plan investments along a realistic adoption curve, meaning first focus on what is proven to provide benefit, then move to the cross-border infrastructure and scale up this, and then finally scale up only the advanced models that in your pilots proved strong. So, to summarize, this is a to-do list for the people in the industry. First, invest in people, not just tools. We need to increase our skills in AI, metadata, blockchain, IPR, or even the basic CBA analysis. And our tools, or any similar tools like SIN, could be used as hands-on practice on that. Second, create regional innovation hubs. The film offices and creative hubs can be used as innovation labs, where producers can test end-to-end digital workflows and see their actual benefit. And then, three, adopt platform and ecosystem logic. Move towards platform-based business models, and treat digital platforms as orchestrators and do not focus on developing an individual software purchase. While for the fourth one, finance smart with evidence. Use CBA or New European Bauhaus and green metrics to prioritize your high BCR tools and seek blended finance for shared infrastructure and scale only those that experimentally proved that they have value. And this is our roadmap until 2030. First of all, we expect to, by the next year, to finalize to consolidate our minimum viable product, and in next year to start having our early scale-up and expansion, while in 2028, where we start also to gain revenue, to go cross-border and to expand cross-border, and have also our focus on the tools that provide them more benefit. And then in our phase 3 and final phase, to consolidate our whole ecosystem, add more sectors to it, and refine our business mix. So, to go back to the original question of today, what we brought on the table. We have proven tools with CBA that show that our tools have a BCR over 1 in most of the cases. We prove our real-world impact through the pilots, where we achieve 10% less travel and CO2, plus almost 5% faster scouting and permit workflows. And we were aligned with a new European Bauhaus benefit. While our business model, it's a hybrid platform, combining the studio suite, which is an end-to-end enablers toolkit for producers, the academy that helps people with the knowledge gap, and the embedded location and heritage services. So, my question to you, that I don't need you to answer right now, but during our lunch break, is, does this hybrid platform fit in your reality? And if it does, what part would you be most interested in? So, that's it from me. Any questions? Thank you for your attention. So, Fran?
Thank you, everybody, for staying here. At the end. Now we have some demos. You can check if you want, and also a nice lunch. There is some gluten-free for those that need. I just get it from there. So please, now I think that it's a good bunch of people here that you have to meet. So please, this is about innovation. So try to connect and to keep, and let's go for the lunch. Thank you very much.
The attendance list.
Yes.
Have you? And whoever hasn't signed the attendance list, please come to me and we will do it together. Okay, thank you.